talking about an hour or so from takeoff to drop, so probably 20 minutes from that.
Yeah, the ground speed is now up to 330 knots. That's partly because they get a tailwind in their current orientation. So there's another thing that I discovered about the about SpaceShipTwo, and that is like at the back of the wing, there's this like wedge-shaped thing that got added in later flights. It's the back of the wing used to be flat, and then they added like this little wedge that sticks up. And after one flight, they added a whole bunch of holes to it, like massive holes. So it became more like this sort of I don't know, this grater? It looked like a massive cheese grater. But apparently they had to put that in because when they go through the sound barrier, as they go transonic, the original wing rear would cause them to pitch up really hard, and if they didn't control that, they could actually lose the aircraft. So they added this wedge in, and then apparently the wedge started making a lot of weird noise in the cabin that the people in the back didn't like. So they put these holes through it, and apparently it still works for the pitch up problem, but now it doesn't make any noise. So
doesn't make the noise.
Yeah, these are like some of the random things you learn when you're asking engineers.
I think my Camry has one of those on the rear view mirror so it doesn't whistle. Like
yeah. So this whistled at like supersonic speeds.
Slightly different. My Camry does not whistle at supersonic speeds. Actually,
are you sure? Have you moved your Camry at supersonic speeds?
How do you know?
Yeah,
Camry doesn't
you gotta try it out.
Hey, Scott, here's a great question. I bet you may have some insight into this. The nozzle on the back of the spacecraft is cut at an angle.
Yeah.
For the rocket fuel. Do you know why that angle is in there?
Because it gives them free pitch up control early on in the flight. They really need to pitch that nose up to get the nose up as quickly as possible. And the control surfaces just don't give them enough authority, so that helps push that up.
Yeah. Look at this, Scott. Here we go. This is, again, people are like, oh my gosh, it's forever away.
Good.
We're never going to see it, but you see it has turned towards us again, right next to that power pole. But it will clear out
47,000 feet.
Yep. It is coming back in Jack's direction. Again, Jack moved to get a better view. Power pole aside, it's going to come towards us now. And we are going to watch as it gets closer and closer. Don't know if this is the drop or not, but we are going to keep eyes on it. We'll keep it on this camera as long as we have this camera. Jack, I'm sure you're good with batteries out there and stuff like that. Let's get a power check on the batteries. Again, our production is a single vehicle with one camera and one camera operator. We've got the uplink coming out there from the desert, but we don't have this huge, massive team of people in the desert that we rolled out 18 trucks or anything. This is our camera right here, and Jack Beyer is out there bringing us this view. Jack, thanks again for rolling all night last night. We saw the announcement public on Twitter. Jack packed up and got out there so we could share this with the rest of the world live today. So that is what we are looking at.
Infinitely more resources for the live stream than Virgin Galactic.
Hey, we do what we can. But it's always a balance for us, right? Like, we don't even get an official T0. We're literally in public areas right now. We're not on Spaceport standing next to Virgin Galactic or anything like that. And so if we roll all the way out there, then the flight scrubs for a week, we're just out. Right? So the reason we're able to do this is because folks keep showing up to these streams. When we go live, y'all show up to see what we're doing. All the super chats and stuff like that coming in. Man on Mars, appreciate you. Ryan Hamstra as well. Mark says, a big horse whinny whip crack to Jack Doss, Michael Chris X, everybody else. Name the entire team here, it looks like. And everyone else for all the fun since the beginning. Thank you so much for the support there, wow. Mark.
That takes me back. Horse whinny whip crack. We haven't done that in a while.
Yeehaw, Jack. And then one from Java Man here as well. I guess we talked about that a little bit, Scott. How is VMS Eve different from Rock, and where is White Knight?
So how is it different? I mean, the Rock is just bigger.
Yeah.
I mean, that's really it. Like they scaled it up from the original White Knight to White Knight 2, and then Rock is just like a bigger thing still. Yeah. Apparently, Eve, I was told that if you sit it on the runway with the engines in idle, it will still take off on a long enough runway because it has, like, even at idle thrust, it has enough power to get airborne.
No kidding. Y'all, we're watching this closely now. Again, we
Yeah.
don't know exactly when the drop's going to happen. It could happen at any time. So we're going to put a moratorium on the support tanks and stuff like that as Jack continues tracking the flight. But this drop could happen shortly. We do not know exactly what time it's scheduled for. So let's, Scott, you have the real-time preview, right?
Yeah, I'm seeing its vertical rate is actually increasing. So I think they're getting ready to drop. It's like they're pulling up. Because they dropped about 1,000 feet, and now they're... no, okay, maybe not.
Yeah.
They're about to enter the restricted flight area near the spaceport.
Okay.
So, like, in about 5 seconds, they will be legal to drop. But I don't know how far inside they're going to go. Because they might want to be... I think they'll want to be closer to the middle, because that gives them more, like, a wider envelope. If they do it here, then they have, they have to be more precise, I would imagine.
More leeway, more margin, I guess you could say, right? And I can't say how tough this sort of shot is for a camera operator in the field. It's probably flying almost directly over Jack. So this camera is almost looking directly up right now. And to smoothly track it out there in the desert when it's flying almost directly over you, so you get a view like this, right? As opposed to a view from the side. This takes a ridiculous amount of skill on Jack's part. So we know every now and then we get a little jump and stuff like that. We've got cables we have to manage and stuff like that. But look at this.
When you're tracking a camera near the zenith, that's a gimbal lock situation.
Yep. It's tough even for the robotic trackers that we have. You can make out the spacecraft underneath the wing in the middle, and then the two fuselages, the twin body design there on the carrier aircraft.
It's making a small turn towards the west again.
Yep. I'm just staring at the screen here, Scott.
Oh yeah, no, vertical rate is like 2,000 feet now. So they went way up. Have they dropped it yet?
Not right now. As of 1 minute ago, update on the Twitter from Virgin Galactic is, as we climb to release altitude, the crew will be conducting cabin checks and preparing for release.
Shit.
That was 1 minute ago.
Now they're doing a turn. I think they're aborting.
We may have gimbal locked there, so let's see what we've got here.
They're turning out of the area.
Yep.
But so what happened? Like, I looked at the replay, and they basically were showing climb rates of like 2,500 feet per minute, which is way fast. So they were going up, I think, to give some amount of vertical speed. But yeah, then they bugged out. So I think they were ready to release and aborted.
All right. We'll keep watching here. Again, no official updates from Virgin Galactic, and we are sitting here. We're watching what we can observe. Scott's looking at flight telemetry on Flight Radar 24 and that sort of thing, but these are not official statements by the company. This is us watching what we can see and telling you what it is we think is going on. But the last official update was they were still climbing to release altitude, or to climb to release altitude. Oh, it's release altitude. Like to the altitude where they will release. I'm like, why would you want to release altitude? Yeah. Interesting phrasing there on Twitter. The crew is conducting cabin checks and preparing for release. That was 2 minutes ago now. So let's see if they go back up north again and then come back down along that same line for a potential drop.
Yeah, because this is not it. It's still gonna try again, right? That is important to note here.
I mean, again, we don't have any official word from the company, but I believe it's not a one and done sort of thing. Like they know the window they have. The TFR and stuff goes for hours here today. I don't think it's like they have a 1 minute drop window, and if they don't drop in that one window, like a launch to the ISS, like a rocket launch window, right?
Yeah,
it's different.
This is totally normal. And all the times we've seen them do this previously, they take off, they do several racetracks. And when they do the drop, they will line up, maybe even a little bit. I guess what was that? That would be eastwards. They'll be a little bit more east of where they were on this racetrack. So maybe the next go around, let's see where they end up in relation to the darn power lines.
Yeah. Hey Jack, it was a great view when they were sort of like up above. It was a great view there you had. So power lines were not affected then.
Based on previous experience, this is where they will drop. So when they're directly above me, we should have that. Just imagine what you just saw, but with the vehicle falling and igniting its engine and flying into space.
Right. Jack, you good on batteries out there? Jack will check the battery.
I'm at half battery on the video camera. I think I'm just gonna set it and forget it for now. If it gets urgent, I'll let you know.
Okay, we'll call out for a check again whenever it turns to the south one more time and just make sure. All right, so since they're going north again, I'm going to say thanks to some more people. Deduce with a super chat saying Godspeed Unity 25 LFG. Can't read that out, translate the acronym, but we appreciate you, Deduce. Thank you for the support. We've got a Gunpla saying Space Launch Turducken. Sounds like a new shirt for the merch store. We need a designer to design us a Space Launch Turducken. It could be like a NASA spaceflight covers everything. Like NSF covers all sorts of different things, illustrated as like a Space Launch Turducken or something. Mick Jims, I didn't read your message, but thanks for the support. We appreciate you. Mans on Mars, we appreciate you as well. What do you make of Rocket Lab's purchase of the Virgin Orbit assets? Sounds like they got a deal, huh, Scott?
Yeah. Sorry. Sorry, I'm checking with some experts on this.
All good, all good. Ryan Hamstra says, has Virgin mentioned a ticket price for once they're flying semi-regularly? Alex, have they released a price yet?
I believe it is sort of a little bit under $500,000, because they were originally selling them for $250,000, but then they actually upped their price because they're taking a little bit more money to pay for things and things like that. So they upped their prices, I think, to about $400,000 or thereabouts. I'm not totally sure.
Okay.
But I think that's sort of the word for that.
I can't afford it. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, if you have to ask about the price, you probably cannot afford it.
It's interesting. It's interesting to know, though. Some thanks to some memberships real quick here. Larry Rosen, Jim Cavett gifted a couple. Jim Graves joined up. Eric Taylor's there as well. Ray Parsons Jr. Jim Cavett gifting even more memberships. Super Steph gifting some memberships. If you see in the chat that you received a gifted membership, say thanks maybe over there. It's one of the things you could do on YouTube that helps support not only us, but the folks that are watching as well. Get some access to our behind the scenes, early release shots and photos and videos and that sort of thing. MacGyver is there too, gifting a Red Team membership. And I think I got all the memberships. Nice. Good job. Early, right before we were thinking it was possible that maybe that drop was going to happen, Ice Inc. FXC did $50. Ice Inc. No message in there, but thank you so much for the support. Again, I can't reiterate enough. It'd be if we were like a multi-million-dollar company and we were sitting here talking about super chats, it'd be like, really? You have funding. Why do you spend time on that? But we're able to do these streams because y'all support what we do. Without the super chats, without people over here liking and subscribing, as silly as that sounds, we would not be able to bring you this sort of spaceflight coverage. So Ice Inc., that $50 there is a massive help to us. Thank you so much for making it so we can continue to bring this to folks all over the world.
You know what, Das?
Go ahead, Jack.
That super chat is going to be the Ice Ink on the cake for this stream.
Hey, I'm going to mute your mic. We need like a rimshot soundboard or something. Peter Weingartner did $25 saying thanks for this stream and thanks to Jack. That's you, Jack, for driving all the way. I was in the crowd to watch the first space flight of SpaceShipTwo back in 2004, so these craft have a special place in my heart. Thank you, Peter, for the kind words. Jack, some specific thanks for you driving out there today. Thank you so much.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it really is.
I can't imagine being at Mojave for that. Like, moved to California, going to Mojave Air and Spaceport, and driving around, just thinking, wow, such cool stuff happened here. And we've seen in recent history cool stuff happen there. But to be around back then, that's extra cool.
All right. Real quick, just a couple more while we wait for it to come back around again. Mr. Non-Air did some euros for the battery pack fund. Thank you so much for the 50 euros for the battery pack fund. Alan Peary did 25. I'm not supposed to say curly L's. I'm supposed to say pounds sterling in the correct accent, but I can't pull it off. So Alan Peary, thank you so much for the support as well. We've got Nigel Alderton here as well, coming from the UK, it looks like. And a couple more gifted memberships. K-Mill Denial, D-N-I-A-L, gifted some Red Team memberships. And then Ryan gifted a Red Team membership as well. I'll stop with the reading here. Scott, how we looking?
They're still headed north. I'm sure they're going to be making a turn again.
Okay.
So I'm not counting how long it's taking on these loops here. But they don't usually do, like, when they've done the previous powered flights, they don't tend to do multiple loops like this. So I'm leaning towards this being an abort.
All right. Again, we'll see what they're going for. But way back up there to the north, you can see the tiny dot on occasion. On the right-hand side, they will be expected to turn south again, and we'll see what they do.
Yeah.
I feel like this is pretty similar to what we've seen in the past. I mean, hopefully not an abort, but we'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah.
One way or the other.
One thing that's important to understand is that when they perform the release, it's not just where the spacecraft will come down after going to space. They have to make sure they're close enough to the runway that the thing can glide to the runway if the engine
make
doesn't
it back.
glide.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The spacecraft doesn't have any method of powered flight after the rocket engine is done. Like, it is literally just a glider to come down.
Yeah, but like, if the engine doesn't light at all, then they're gliding and they have extra mass.
Yep.
Yeah.
And they don't. Go ahead, Alex. Go.
Yeah, one important thing to also mention that if this was as we pointed out before, if this was like that they are already like going down or whatever, we will see them actually going down, and they're still up at altitude. They're heading north, going into that sort of racetrack drop zone that they're going into. So it definitely seems like that they're gonna go for another try here.
Yeah, I can't wait for them to turn south so they get closer to the camera.
Yeah, they're making that turn now.
Yep, way out there.
Yep.
You can see the side profile. Yep, no longer flying away from us, but flying sort of sideways across the camera view. So, going to cross the Rio Grande. You can see where the water is out there in the desert, huh? On the left-hand satellite view map with the flight track on it, it's really obvious where the Rio Grande. There you go. Look at it. The mouse is even tracing it. Thank you, Patrick. Going down through.
Hey,
yeah, Jack.
Can you do me a favor a sec? I mean, just clear my camera for a second. I have to do some obnoxious wiggles to just make sure everything is good in case this is the drop pass.
Good deal.
Obnoxious wiggles.
That's
what we call twerking, right?
Out at the Cape, I called it the rocket blessing because at T-minus 10 seconds, I would make sure my pan and tilt were unlocked. Because, of course, I've streamed a couple rocket launches and operated a camera, and you forget one time to unlock the tilt when the rocket takes off.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh no, I can't move the tripod. What's happening? So I used to call it the rocket blessing, where you do like up and down, left and right to make sure both your trekking axes were unlocked for the actual event you're trying to track.
That's exactly what I just did. I just made sure my cameras are balanced so that they can be unlocked on pan and tilt and not sliding all over the place. And yeah, I did a little wiggle, but I apologize for the bumps and stuff that you see on this feed. It's just me and my camera, and this is a tricky thing to shoot, but we're doing the best we can, and we hope you guys enjoy the views. And thanks for your patience as I relocated out here.
Yep. We did try, y'all. You know, we have those fancy robotic AI-powered tracking cameras, and we tried to see if we could get one out there, but with only 1 day notice, it didn't make sense for us to try and overnight it and potentially lose a ridiculously expensive tracking mount. So we weren't able to get one of our tracking cameras out there. Hopefully in the future, we'd love to get one of our computer vision AI-powered trackers out there and have it automatically track the flight, but just couldn't make it happen for this. It's Jack. It is just Jack out there, and I think we are good to show Jack's camera again. Maybe. Let's see if we've got Jack's feedback, because we are turning south. You can really see the Rio Grande there, and they're about to cross it. It looks like we do have a feed, but we don't have the aircraft in frame yet. That's for you, Jack.
Yeah, it looks like they do have cameras, by the way. They're just not live streaming it.
Man. How can we help? I mean, the question there is sort of a shucks awe, and how can NASA Spaceflight help? Like, reach out to us. We will handle all this. We can handle live streaming. We can do all these sorts of things. I mean, clearly y'all can do it too. But let us know how we can help. We love to share these sorts of things with people. There we go. Contrail to the rescue.
Yeah. Meanwhile, that little guy in the extra 300 is just zipping around, having fun, waiting for them to come back.
There's another aircraft up somewhere.
Yeah, that's just that. I think he's been flying around the whole time. I'm guessing that is their chase plane for the landing.
Gotcha. All right.
I mean, I don't know why they would take off this early, but maybe he just likes flying and he wants to get credited hours.
He needs some hours on the log, huh?
I mean, that totally happens.
Again, folks, you can see the carrier aircraft with the spacecraft slung beneath it has turned south once again. If we could zoom in on the track there. And we believe that it's going to be going to the south when it's sort of in the right position for the drop. We don't have official commentary. I'm here refreshing the Virgin Galactic Twitter, and we are observing with our own eyes what we expect to be happening. So no official updates on the flight plan itself. Last time, 15 minutes ago, they were still climbing to release altitude. And then they did a little one showing the takeoff. Way easier if you do that live, Virgin Galactic. But here it comes south, straight towards Jack's position. Let's see if they are in a situation where this time may be the drop. Look, I can do that. I can, in good fun, sort of like poke at folks. I'm not trying to talk trash or anything like that. I am, in good fun, sort of making a couple little comments and stuff. I'm not, doing this is hard work. A lot of times the excuse we get, or I guess the reason we get from a company for not streaming this is the uncertainty of the schedule, right? Yeah. Well, we're going to do this live stream. We're going to hype this whole thing up, and then we're working with the weather, and who knows if the weather's going to be go that day or not. So especially weeks in advance, announcing a flight date weeks in advance is tough. And honestly, the public doesn't really cut them very much slack when they have to scrub something due to weather. It's not a positive thing. The public just doesn't seem to view it positively when it's a weather scrub. If it's a technical issue, right? We say you'd rather be on the ground wishing you were flying than flying wishing you were on the ground. Well, if they have to scrub for a technical reason, they often don't get a lot of slack from the public if they've hyped up this stream, right? So we hear that from companies on occasion where that's the reason for this test flight. They're not sharing it via stream because doing it live is difficult. And y'all don't cut them much slack, honestly. So
I think we're like a few minutes away. I think this is going to be the launch pass, and judging by their speed, they'll be like flying over the field in less than 5 minutes. So
excellent. Thanks, Scott.
4 minutes or less, I think.
So I understand. To tie that up, I understand that it's sometimes challenging, and there's reasons, including the public perception, why a company may not share something like this live. That's our superpower, though, right? We can stream it. We can share it with you. Nobody really gives us a bunch of grief if we have to abort or something like that. So that's one good reason that it makes sense to work with NASA spaceflight for coverage like this. Am I laying it on too thick? I'll stop. Again, looking at the spacecraft, the carrier aircraft, actually, those contrails are coming from the jet engines underneath the wings of the carrier aircraft, coming down south, almost straight towards Jack this time. Refresh Twitter, see if we've got some updates. Not yet. But this is live coverage of Unity 25, Virgin Galactic's return to flight with crew here. They had pilots on when they did the drop test, but there are not only 2 pilots aboard the spacecraft, also 4 crew members, 4 passengers there as well.
Just talking about the drop, interesting fact I've learned apparently is that it's not just a drop. The spaceship actually goes pushes the stick forward, so it actually pushes down and actually gets less the negative G's as they depart.
Is that are they building speed? Are they clearing the carrier?
They're clearing so they want to push the stick away, and that means because there's no lift, there's less lift. They're going almost negative.
That makes sense.
And then of course, then they'll pull out and then fire up the engine. It's a very sharp maneuver, but they have to do this correct.
Yep. Again, folks, there's the carrier aircraft, spacecraft still in the middle of the 2 fuselages on the carrier there, coming down this way. We don't know exactly when the drop might happen. We don't have an official countdown, so keep your eyes peeled. Almost 20,000 of you watching this stream right now. Thank you so much for joining us. Make sure you can find your way back to the channel by clicking the little bell or whatever. Come on, you know how YouTube works. You know how to subscribe, follow a channel on YouTube. You know how to turn on notifications. So if all of a sudden we have a camera live from the middle of the desert, you know how to get a notification for that. That's what we do here at NSF. There's a drop.
There's it. There's something. There's a light.
That is an ignition.
We have
as
ignition.
well.
It goes, and now they are pulling this up. And of course, the parent aircraft has to make a turn, but we're just watching this thing rocketing to space.
All right, this is the spacecraft now. An ignition of the spacecraft's rocket engine, propelling it on its trajectory that will hopefully take it just above the line that we use to demark where space begins.
It's now above 60,000 feet, which means it's above controlled airspace. And it's now dropped off the telemetry tracking because they don't know how to deal with these numbers.
Right. Good exhaust trail there.
Yeah, again, all aerodynamic control during this. No gimbals on that engine.
It's just a rocket engine.
And so now they cut the engine,
Yep.
and they are just cruising north. So they're going up at Mach 3 when they cut the engine.
We actually got a little bit of the rumble there, it sounds like, Scott.
I can hear it.
Wow.
Just a white dot with 6 human beings aboard now.
So the official ground speed is currently 20 knots, because it's basically going straight up, and ground speed is speed across the ground.
Ah, you can hear the rumble. It's just off the top of your frame, Jack, if you can hear this. Also trending slightly to your left. It's a single pixel on Jack's tiny camera monitor out there, y'all. Feels like we've got some other folks out there as well.
I can't see it at all, so tell me where to point.
Jack, you've got it. You're basically in the upper left-hand corner of your frame. Just keep tracking up at the rate that you're tracking. And give me a little bit of left. There you go. Thank you. Perfect, dude. You got it almost dead center now. Well done, dude. Y'all, the green flashes are stress on an HDMI cable. As we pointed almost directly up right now, those green flashes are stress on HDMI. This camera is not SDI, which can handle that sometimes, but that's what those green flashes are. We don't care.
Okay, so I see it now picking up ground speed. Oh, no, never mind.
You still got it, Jack? Trending towards the top of your frame again. Go ahead, Scott.
I was just saying, most of this telemetry comes from amateur observers, by the way, that set up base stations.
Jack, you're dead center right now. It's in the desert with the bright sun. It is impossible to see this on Jack's camera screen. I've joked that we need like a VR headset or something with a video input that we could plug into the camera so it blocks all the light out. But I have tried to track things like this, and I don't think that I could be tracking this right now. Jack, you're doing a fantastic job. That white pixel in the middle of the screen is the spacecraft with 6 human beings aboard.
Yeah, I'm sorry for the wiggle, but because it's directly above me, I'm leaning back. I'm on 2 tripod legs, and I'm holding the tripod basically vertical, leaning it back very far. So.
Jack, you got it, dude. You're the MVP here.
It's
You still got it.
handheld shot.
We'll track it as long as we can here. Sounds like our ambient mic's getting a lot of side conversations there. Thank you. Still got it. Actually looks like more than 1 pixel now.
I can see it in the monitor again.
You can see it in the monitor again. Nice. So it is getting, I'm going to say, closer to the camera. Just got a glint, sunlight reflecting off a piece of it there, it looks like.
By the way, the winds have changed, so it might come and land from the north this time.
And it does look, we've got confirmation from Virgin Galactic that they had a successful boost and the vehicle reached space. That coming just 1 minute ago on Twitter. Here we see the spacecraft already returning from its trip. More and more resolution as it gets closer and closer to the camera. Look at this, y'all.
And it is now showing altitudes that are less than 60,000 feet. So it's coming back onto the operational range of the transponders.
Yep, Jack's looking almost straight up out here, y'all. The spacecraft almost flying right over Jack's head. So when you saw that little turn there, that was Jack panning as he keeps it in frame.
So they're picking up speed now. I think they're defeathering at this point.
Yeah, let's watch this. Look at the...
They've now got ground speed that's consistent with actually flying. So they are now flying this thing like a plane.
We can see the glint off, I'm going to say, the rocket nozzle there between the two bits of the tail. Have to adjust the tripod. This is an insanely difficult track for Jack here. Let's see if we can reacquire it. Is that the carrier aircraft? Which one are we looking at there?
That's actually, I think, the Unity.
Thank you. That's the space plane. Thank you. I was trying to squint down to read
plane.
which one it was before I said it out loud.
Yep. Because I also have that open, and yep, it's the same track.
All right, Jack's working to reacquire it there. You saw that he ran out of tripod.
Yeah, I'm trying.
You're good, Jack. Dude, you did a fantastic job tracking it for as long as you did. It was a fantastic Jack track. That was amazing work out there. Thank you so much for capturing those views that we can share with the rest of the entire planet right now. Y'all, where are you watching from? Let us know where you're watching from over in the chat. The Jack track TM, nice.
Yep.
Jack scanning the skies out there. We'll go back to the track here. Scott, what's the altitude reading right now?
It's about 32,000 feet.
Okay, so we're still way up there.
Yeah, they're now gliding down. And notably, by the way, VMS Eve, you notice that it went out to the west and now it's coming back. The reason is that SpaceShipTwo is below them, right? So they move out the way in case SpaceShipTwo comes down close to them. But now that's happened, they're allowed to fly back into the airspace.
Gotcha. So here they're going to be passing, that's the runway at Spaceport America. I was going to joke and say it's a 120-foot runway. It's 12,000 foot, like 1,000, 1,200. How many meters is that? I can't do that math in my head. I had the stat earlier.
It's about 2.5 miles.
2.5 miles?
3.65
4 kilometers.
Okay.
Yeah, about 4 kilometers.
About 4 kilometers. Thank you. Since I can't talk about the international audience and then just say it in feet. Thanks for the help there. It's going to be passing the runway there. And
it's already passing down the west side, and it'll begin basically a loop around down to 28,000 feet.
All right. Another update from Twitter 25 seconds ago. Virgin Galactic tweeting VSS Unity is now on its way home to Spaceport America, New Mexico.
You guys have a radio out there? That would have been really helpful.
We were scanning frequencies, but we weren't picking up anything that we could broadcast, Scott. How's that? How's that? How about we say it that way?
That would have been useful.
Still scanning the skies. We don't have visual on it in the right-hand frame, but Jack out there squinting into the bright New Mexican sky, trying to find not a cloud up there. It looks like such a beautiful... You know something? I love it out there. You may look at it and be like, oh, it's all desert and it's brown and dead, but the desert is just... It's such a place to be. If you've never been out, I really recommend you go and check it out. Not a lot of tourism options at Spaceport America. They do have that, what is it? Twice a year they used to. I need to check to see if they've opened this up again, but they'd let you visit the Trinity site, the first detonation of an atomic
Oh my God,
bomb.
can we... Yeah, they do that twice a year, right?
Yep, twice a year. You go through the Mustang.
I want to do that so bad.
I've done it a couple times, Jack, and you just go out there and
So
you
bad.
stand on the site. There's twisted pieces of the tower, and you can stand there. You get more radiation on the flight to New Mexico than you do standing at ground zero. Usually they coordinate that with
Similarly,
Go ahead.
The Nevada test range, they do like well, I don't know if what it is now, but at least pre-COVID they used to do tours once a month, and you had to sign up.
Yep.
In it like well in advance, and the wait list was like 6 months long, but you got to actually drive around the Nevada test range and see like all the crazy craters from all the different bombs that were tested.
Wow.
So many cool things to do out in the desert, and it's not just a barren, lifeless place, as you said. Like there's so many animals out here that live out here, and it's such a beautiful place, and you can see such amazing stars from here. The desert rules. All right, that's been my TED talk about the desert. I don't know if I'm going to be able to reacquire this thing. Which direction should I point?
Well, they're now going to be heading north. It looks like they're going to head north along the west side of the runway, but we're starting to lose telemetry.
Are they basically over the runway at this point?
No. They're to the south of the runway, about a couple of miles.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
Yep. Just the general direction to even look in is useful to have out there. And which is which? There was VGX06 and VGX02. One of those
VGX, O2 is the spacecraft.
Is the spacecraft, and VGX06 is the carrier aircraft, correct?
Yeah.
All right. So it is turning north right now, Jack.
Yep.
It is on its way towards Ingle, up in that direction, following the road. So that what is it, A13?
And it's now passing a beam the south end of the runway.
Nice,
about
thanks, Scott.
2 miles to the west.
So and that's your general direction to look.
Yeah, they're doing a turn.
I think that might be the photography plane or chase plane there.
Yeah, I think it's hooking up with the photography plane to get some shots, because they're like practically in formation here.
Yep. It is possible, y'all. Again, we moved to have the optimum positioning for our single camera to show you the drop and ignition of the engine. Jack is not trying to pack this camera up and race to the runway to try and get the landing, so we may not have a visual. Just setting expectations here. We've got one person out there. Jack is like juggling all the different coverage for us here right now, and we may not have that visual, just to set your expectations.
Yeah. So they passed over the field. They're now on the east side of the field. Again, they're being followed by the chasecraft to get their shots. It's turning to the north, so I expect that they're now going to set up for landing, headed to the south.
All right.
From the north side of the field to the south. This is what it looks like from here. So remember, the surface is 5,000 feet up. They're at 9,000 feet, so they're just about 5,000 feet above the surface, right? They've turned to the north, and they're making a slow turn. They're going to continue over to the east, and then they'll make their landing.
Yep. And look at the chase plane just sort of flying right off their wing, it looks like.
Yeah, getting all that photography.
Waving out the window.
That's a fun job.
For the brochure. Again, quick recap. We saw a successful ignition of the rocket engine on VSS Unity after it was carried up to the release altitude by the carrier aircraft. Rocket engine pushing it along, jumping it into space, confirmed by Virgin Galactic on Twitter that they did reach space after that successful boost of the rocket engine, and now VSS Unity is on its way home to Spaceport America, acting as a glider. Glider that can hop into space, but a glider nonetheless. There's no powered mode of flight here. It's all energy management, right, Scott? They've got altitude, they've got velocity, and they need to make it back to the runway using only their altitude and velocity, right?
They say in aircraft, speed is life, altitude is life insurance, right? You got to keep moving fast enough.
So that is what's going on here. Again, we may not have visual of the landing itself.
Yeah, and we've lost telemetry. We've lost ADSB.
I just saw it, but like between the trees. Oh man! But
it better be landing now.
I wasn't fast enough. Yeah, it's. I bet it's on the ground.
Gotcha. Thanks, Jack.
And with that, I actually have to disconnect because I gotta get people places.
We can write a note, Scott, if you need us to write a note. Dear teacher, please excuse Scott's kids from...
Yeah. Well, thank you very much. It's been great. I look forward to seeing the footage again. Guys, fly safe.
Scott, thank you so much. That's the voice of Scott Manley there, internet rocket scientist. Thank you so much for taking time out of your day to provide some commentary on the Unity 25 event. Scott, we will see you later. We're going to continue on. I think that we're going to stay live until we get successful confirmation via Twitter that... Go ahead.
They just said that it is down. It's landed smoothly at Spaceport America, New Mexico.
I should have hit refresh before I started to go into that. The track we see on the screen here, not accurate. Confirmation on Twitter from Virgin Galactic, touchdown VSS Unity. Our crew and spaceship are back on Earth after landing smoothly at Spaceport America, New Mexico. There we go. There we go. All right.
Congratulations, then.
Yeah. We're going to see if we can't get some pictures here. Hopefully we get some pictures of the crew coming off the spacecraft. Jack also working on it, I think. But hang out with us just a little bit more. I'm going to say thank you to some folks that allowed us to do this, that were able to support us here. Starting with Jim Braun a while ago, Jim, 20 minutes, but $50. Thank you so much for supporting our ability to bring these sorts of events to people. We've got Skyfrog for the battery pack fun or a Honda generator. Nice, Skyfrog. Thanks for the money. We appreciate you. We will put it to good use. Spacer, come on. GGNSF, thanks for the super chat there. We've got, let's see, Matthew Ramirez. Don't know. Okay. I hope this is cool, but just giving us some information. Maybe they're testing their live stream system. So they're doing a dry run with the streaming system, but not publicly doing it. Maybe we'll get some footage after the fact. Matthew Ramirez, thank you so much. We appreciate you there. Good deal. We've got Troy Rubert. Yeah, I got it. Saying, outstanding job tracking, Jack. I know that's not easy. Teamwork makes the dream work. Can't say again the difficulty of the track when you get in the optimum position right underneath the aircraft and trying to keep a camera pointed at something when the tripod is pointed straight up. Sounds like a job for robots, but Jack is out there and kept it in frame the entire time when we got that rocket engine ignition. Thank you so much, Jack. Again. Here.
And that was truly teamwork because I could barely see it for a lot of that. Some of it I just straight up couldn't see it. And you telling me where to go, like I can't believe that worked.
Jack, it worked like a charm. Like until you just ran out of physicality on the tripod, like you were keeping it right in frame with like voice commands.
What happened was I have a mini Cardellini attached to the tripod with the monitor attached to that on a magic arm, and I didn't rig it to the right. You're always supposed to rig it to the right. It's my fault. The monitor flopped when I nudged it as it was like vertical and I was on two legs with the tripod and yada yada. So the monitor flopped over, and so at that point I just couldn't see anything. And in the process of resetting the monitor, I lost it and it was gone forever. But in the future, I'm just going to mount the monitor to the top of the camera, like a broadcast sports rig or something, and that will be much better. But I'm glad it worked for as long as it did.
Good deal. Shelton Clark Jr., thanks for the great stream. This is cool. We appreciate you, Shelton. Thank you so much for the support. We've got Evan Shumyenko as well. Swaroop Kajli? Sorry if I mispronounce your name. I do try to pronounce people's names to the best of my ability, but I grew up in South Texas, surrounded by cornfields. You don't have a big, thick Texan accent, but I do try with the names. Thank you so much, Swaroop. Apocalypse Cow, contributing to the Jack Track Fund. Thank you so much, Apocalypse Cow, for the support. Stephen Lewandowski as well, still in there helping us out. James Juries, thank you so much for the support. We've got Kevin Railsback with some support there as well. Here's $50 from Tim. What's up, Tim? Everyday Astronaut, Tim Dodd, in the chat saying thanks for the excellent coverage. Much appreciated, and congrats to Virgin Galactic on a beautiful flight. Tim, hope you're doing well out there. We appreciate you. Glad you were able to hop over here. We need to get Tim to hop over sometimes with us. Like if you're not doing your own stream, maybe we could get Tim to connect and chat with us about rocket engines would be the thing we want Tim for, right? Tim, hope you're doing well out there, buddy. We'll catch you in a bit. We've got Yasser Khan as well. Awesome coverage, certainly. Now, come on. Yasser Khan, Virgin Galactic will do what they're comfortable doing. Hey, we're here to share it with you as well. So thank you for the support. But I also would say thank you to Virgin Galactic for giving us official updates over on their Twitter account. I know people have opinions about it, but I, for one, appreciate the official updates. Did I miss more here? I may have missed. Oh, no, there we go. It updated on my screen. Christian Davenport. I recognize that name. Christian Davenport with $50 saying thanks for the coverage as well. Christian, thank you so much for financially supporting what we do here. I think I recognize that name. Yeah, I recognize that name. You never know. Like, is it actually that? Is it that person or not? I don't want to stick my foot in my mouth. But anyways, let's see here. Oh, yes, supporting what we do. Folks, we're able to do this. I cannot hammer it home enough. I don't want people to think like, oh my gosh, here he goes again. But the only reason we're able to do this is because y'all support us. You show up for the streams, you sub to us on YouTube, you're doing super chats, you're joining the member program, all of the different things you do to support what we do, make it possible to do this. And one of the things you can do is visit our merch store. As I wait for it to appear on the screen. There we go. We've done this thing. We've got all these different awesome shots. You could hear Jack's camera clicking out there, so I think Jack may have some shots from today's flight. But we have so many awesome shots on our shop, shop.nasaspaceflight.com. Every now and then we got to clean them up. We got to remove them from the shop. So we've created this new last chance directory. These are a bunch of our metal prints. Ton of them from out of Starbase. There, you can get to it in collections in the memory in the menu there. We'll put the link in chat as well. But these shots are going to be removed from our store June 11th. The last chance if you want, I don't know, the moon balancing on the tip of Starship's nose there. That super creative shot from Pauline. That's actually on the West Coast. A booster return. Clearly they were not swinging the booster around like that. That was an art shot to fit it in frame. But that was
West Coast.
West Coast, best coast. I'll allow it, Jack. You did a good track. We'll let you have that.
He said it. He said the words.
As he's here in the middle of the desert on no coast streaming this flight. But if you
Here's
could...
a photo for you.
Oh, we have a photo in chat as well. Hopping over, getting one of these cool metal prints from our store. That last chance one's flagged. We're going to be removing those here in June to make room for more things. But that's a cool way that you can put something on your wall at home. If your wife's like mine and says you have enough pictures of rockets, sneak it to the office or something, put it in the garage. I don't care. That's another great way that you can support what we do by visiting shop.nasaspaceflight.com. And... getting something tangible in the real world that you can put on your wall, wear on you, whatever. Here's a shot. Here we go. This is a photo from Jack. There's the drop. Thank you. To log into Twitter here first. Appreciate you trying to retweet it, producer. But that is the drop and the successful ignition.
I'll put the link on chat so people can see the tweet with the awesome shot here from Jack.
There you go. Thank you. All right. I'm actually going over to click on that and retweet it as well. And I can't even say that. You're like, oh, you know, financial support. Not everybody can support what we do financially, and that's fine. We want everybody to be able to participate in these streams, even if you just like a tweet. Like, retweet a tweet, ask a good question in chat that sometimes we can't get to all the questions. You don't have to support us financially to be a part of the spaceflight community. You don't have to send us money. You don't have to do any of that. Even if you just go to Jack's Twitter and follow Jack on Twitter. Right? Like his tweet, retweet it. Other people see what's going on. Maybe spread the news to some other folks. Jack, if I'm not mistaken, Jack, you selling these? You got a Patreon these days? What are you doing these days?
Yep, I've got a Patreon. I've got a print store. You know, if you want to buy prints that aren't on my store, I'm pretty bad at updating my print store. Honestly, I'm good at what I do. So if there's a print that you've seen that me, you know, post a photo of, and it's not on my store, you can let me know and I'll see about getting you. I mean, just reach out to me. I'll sell you prints if you don't see it on my store. But there's that. There's also Patreon that I really do need to be better about updating. So that's why I don't really talk about it too much. But one of these days I'll be better about that.
Well,
but
it's
yeah,
a way to support you.
Yeah, and I appreciate all my patrons. I did recently set up the patron Discord, so that exists if you don't have too many Discords already. But yeah, I mean, just
people to
hang out with
just
Jack.
Everybody that supports everyone that supports NSF and supports me in whatever way you see fit. It's so appreciated because today was a lot of fun. We got to see people fly into space on a hand piloted spacecraft. Yeah, which is just, I'm really glad Scott kind of hit that home.
Yep.
So today was really fun. Like you said, we had very little notice. We could only, get out the resources that we could get out, but I did what I could. I'm glad that it worked out. I'm glad we were able to get a feed out here in the middle of nowhere. I mean, credit to your whole architecture and of all the packs and everything. Today was good. Thank you, everybody. I'll stop vacillating.
No, for real, y'all. I'm going to put Jack's tweet into chat a few more times. There it is right there. Go over and follow Jack on Twitter. He's got his other links in his Twitter profile. Jack, you better have your other links in your Twitter profile. Fix it if not. There's a link to the Patreon. Thank you, Alex, with a link to Jack's Patreon. Jack coming in absolute clutch, rolling out to the desert on almost no notice. A fantastic track. Visuals of the drop and the spacecraft lighting the rocket engines, propelling the human beings just into space out there. I cannot say enough. Make sure you visit Jack's Twitter and toss him a like. Give him a follow, whatever you can do. It's not all monetary, y'all. It's not all about money. And we got to pay for our data plans. We got to pay for gas and cameras and cables. Got to pay for cables because we go through cables like they're consumable items. But
there was green flashes again.
It's okay, Jack. I mentioned it, but it's just the cable.
It's it's like how many HDMI cables, man? How many am I gonna have to go through? It's just like I apologize for that. I did many things to mitigate against the green flashes. Hopefully, it wasn't too pervasive.
Gotcha. Hey, real quick, another update from Virgin Galactic on Twitter. 3 minutes ago, saying VMS Eve, the carrier aircraft, has landed safely. Thanks to our pilots for flying the mothership and their vital role in helping VSS Unity complete today's spaceflight. What a rush. It's only virtual when you're still in the simulator, I guess you could say. But that is confirmation on Twitter from Virgin Galactic that the carrier aircraft has landed safely. Let's see here. Folks, we're not going to sit and chew your ears off when there's not much left to talk about. We had over 20,000 people joining us today. Looks like we hopped out just over 21,500 people watching us. Oh, hi. Toss a coin to your Twitcher. Nice. I like it. I'm not going to try to sing it, though. Let me see if I've missed anything else here. Tons of memberships. I can't read them all. But if you join the membership program, please make sure you check back on YouTube. We've got videos for you. We've got shots from Starbase, all the different coverage we do. We've got a store message really quickly. I don't know what this store message was for, if we've got those turned back on. Favorite space mission, Jack. Favorite space mission in all of space history.
Oh my God. Favorite space mission in all of space history.
That's tough.
Can you ask someone else before me so I have time to think of a smart sounding answer?
I wasn't going to ask anyone else so I can get through the rest of the questions and stuff here.
I guess I'm going to take a lot longer.
Here, Chris B. Chris B has answered STS-93 and STS-125. We'll answer for Chris Bergen. There you go. STS-93 and STS-125. Let me keep speed running here so we can send people on their way. Druv Garg, thank you so much for the support. Sharik179, thank you, team. Excellent job. Jack, we could have done it without Jack rolling out there today. Well done, Jack. We've got Cleedle. I guess I'm going to say that is Cleedle. Amazing work from Jack. Great job, Jack. Screaming Eagle from Oxford, UK. Amazing coverage from the Hogan family. Screaming Eagle, thank you so much for the pound sterling. Ken the Ben dropped through with a late breaking one as well. No message there. And Matthew Hughes supporting what we do too. Yo, I know, look, if this was the news and we were like the 6 o'clock news and we were sitting there reading super chats on the 6 o'clock news, I get it. Like, that wouldn't make any sense. We are not funded by a massive media corporation. We started out as spaceflight enthusiasts. We got this over on YouTube, and now we cover these sorts of things because y'all keep showing up. So thank you so much for understanding and bearing with me, and even helping me thank folks in chat. Whenever we do thanks for our supporters here, we would not be able to do this without that support. So I really do appreciate people understanding that we take a little bit of time on our broadcast to thank the people who make it possible. But for now, that is going to bring it to the end of NSF's live coverage of the Unity 25. Looks like a successful space flight there. 6 human beings, 2 pilots, and 4 passengers aboard the vehicle safely now down back on the ground at Spaceport America out in New Mexico. Had some folks helping us out today. Number 1, I'm going to put it first instead of last, Jack Beyer. Jack, if you're still on comms, I know you're editing photos rapidly. There's a photo as well from Jack. Jack making this happen. Thank you so much, man.
Yeah, no problem. Like I said, I mean, and you have reiterated multiple times, there's a reason we take the time to thank everybody for coming out and supporting the streams. And whether or not it's a monetary thing or you're just liking the stream and telling your friends about it, like, it's just so fun to do this stuff. And we're in a very exciting time in the industry of spaceflight and aerospace in general. And there's just so many cool things that we can see if you just drive for 14 hours straight. But for real, thank you to everybody for all of the support. Let's hope Virgin Galactic got some good data on this flight and they fly again soon, and just onward, upward.
Yep.
That's all I got. Thanks.
Good deal. Thank you again, Jack. Get you some rest and send me the receipts for the hotels and stuff. We'll bill them to Super Chats. Also, back in the studio today, we had Alejandro Alcantarilla Romera. Alex, thank you so much for backing me up here.
It's been such a pleasure. It's really exciting when these things happen. And obviously, as you said, Jack was the real deal here with the tracking there. If we were like with cameras and everything, I will do like a reverence or something because he nailed it. So definitely thankful for that.
Let's see here. Also, we had back working the levers and switches, Patrick. Patrick's not usually on comms, but let's get a card up there for Patrick producing today's broadcast, showing you the shots on the screen here. Almost positive that we have, yeah, there we go. All right, good deal. Yeah, there we go. And I'm trying to get to the bottom of some Twitter updates here. Bear with me just 1 second. There's a bit of a data discrepancy. We saw the tweet from Virgin Galactic that VMS Eve has landed safely, but getting a couple of reports from observers that it may still be airborne. That might have just been now's the time to say this, but it's not actually down. So earlier, I reported via their Twitter that they had tweeted VMS Eve had landed safely. That may not be the case out there yet, but we'll continue to look. That might have just been a little bit of a miss on the Twitter updates. Not exactly sure, which is why I slow down a little bit there on the way out. Yeah, it's still being tracked there, and a visual observer is saying that it's still airborne. So let's think that might have just been a Twitter mistweet. But in any event, we will go ahead and shut down our live coverage. We have no more visuals beyond Flight Radar 24. Thank you all so much for joining us. Thank you for being a part of this coverage. Thank you for hanging out with us as we watched the successful suborbital spaceflight today. My name is John Galloway for NSF. You may know me as DOS if you're watching over there on Twitch. Thank you all for watching as well. But signing off, and we will catch you nerds next time. Thanks for watching.
And here we go.
We have liftoff.
Propulsion continues to be normal.
R68 chamber pressure looks good.
Following up. Roger, Atlantic.
Water towers fly! Yes! Tango down to nominal.
Flight downside FD off. Bring in FD off. Off. It's orange!
R25! Oh my god!
Decollage.
What is it?
Put that in the big bag, Eagle.
343 unfolds to go.
Indeed.
We rise together, back to the moon and beyond.
The methane would be igniting in the flare, correct?